Good day, good evening, good morning, and welcome to the Asian OS Trackmania Championship. Just right now, we'll be starting the qualification or the seeding check-in phase. That's going to be played in time attack of 3 minutes on all 5 competition maps. Well, we'll see at least some of the players playing. So there's going to be 2 servers playing. We're currently on server 2. And the rest of the participants are in the other server at the moment. So at the moment what will happen is that the players will do a 3-minute time attack on all 5 competition maps. And they just need to set a time to checking in for the event, and as well their placement times will be used as seeding. And after this then we'll start the bracket phase, where the event will be played in a double mission cup mode format till 100 points, and top 3 of the entire event will get $40 as some extra prize money. So there's going to be 5 maps in total. There's going to be 1 tech map, 1 map from the current seasonal campaign, 2 maps that were dedicated for this event, and 1 map that was randomly chosen from Trackmania Exchange. So 5 different style diverse maps. This one is very dominant of the tech style, as we currently spectate with Sir. And looks like Gaming Boy will be the first person to be in the lead, followed by CTHN. So we have a way diverse player field than in last season. We have the double the player amount comparing to the spring edition. So now we have even players from Japan, India participating as well, as bigger player numbers from Australia, Malaysia, Indonesia. Sadly no Koreans this time around, or players from Pakistan, but there is a player from Turkey as well joining in, as players from the Middle East were also allowed to play. Some from the United Arab Emirates, Jordania as well taking part, but they're playing on the other server. So, at the moment in the halfway point of the first map, Gaming Boy currently leading with a time of 51.8, followed by CTHN and Aino. Actually, Fidi, who is one of the potential candidates to take it all at the end, is at the moment in 4th place. Definitely not suiting him. And looks like Brad Beef has not finished yet an attempt. So, players who won't be able to finish will be a bit punished. By giving a 5-minute time penalty, 3-minute time being set instead of what they're finished, and the positions quite matter, since all of the times from all 5 maps will be summed up, and that in that kind of way players will be able to receive their seeds. What you can see with exclamation mark AOTC will give a nice overview of the information of the event, as well as the main spreadsheet. They'll be able to see all of the results and as well of the brackets that will be played out later on. So it will be 2-day event. First day will have like 4 or 5 rounds. So it's going to be definitely like 3 or 4 hours of the bracket that will be played out. We'll be spectating just 1 server, sadly, out of the 8 multiple ones being played at the same time. So there's going to be 8 servers being played for the first round. And we will be keeping an eye on some of the most unique ones. Looks like Gaming Boy is actually the one taking the first map point. The first map with a pretty 0.6 gap over 2nd place, CTHN. So very nice to see that players from also Japan, who's actually looking pretty decent as well. We have a player from Taiwan joining in as well for this edition, as well, who's looking actually fairly decent as well. So looks like there's definitely some proper competition that we're gonna see in today's matches. Okay, so 2nd map is going to be Baguette, made by myself. A bit of a mixed style map, having a minor techish section, just 1 dirt turn, a wall jump, and a NASCAR section at the end over the water pool. So very simplistic map, but I definitely think that it will make some very close fights at the top. As Fidi, I believe, was the person with the world record, 44 seconds on this map. So let's see how will the players do on this one. following a loop hop from Australia. Definitely Australia being well represented here. Looks like Fiddy and Gaming Boy having a close fight at the top. Looks like Brandon is stuck in his attempt, following by Einol. Einol has a very nice trap jump, gets a lot of speed up Fiddy clips, so he has to respawn. So his first shot won't count. Actually, Hui is attacking there. And looks like Gaming Boy will set the fastest time. It's gonna be a... No, actually Hui snipes him at the end. And it's gonna be Hui actually taking the fastest time on the server for now. The first minute has passed. Followed by Gaming Boy, CTHN and Resir. Let's see if who else. Let's follow Brandon, who has finished. Currently the fastest Malaysia player on the server, as Arnold did not finish his previous attempt. Looks like he's about to, playing for NS. Or N Skirmishers, sets the fastest time at the moment, 45.34, just ahead of Huey by just 0.05 seconds. As Gaming Boy snipes it back with a 45, surprised to not see a 44s yet. On this server at least, definitely expected Gaming Boy to, or Fiddy even. Where's Fiddy even? Fiddy definitely being one of the fastest contenders, depending on personal best times. He's in the fastest player out of everyone. So bits, maybe somewhere nerves are kicking in here and there. That made him lose some of those extra milliseconds. And looks like he'll be able to set a time, but looks like, will it be enough for us to snipe Gaming Boy? And it will. 44.8. Was about to say one of the fastest players so far in the field. How many Indians are playing? I believe there's 4. And all of them are playing on server 1. They're doing the qualification and seeding on the other server. There are definitely some India contenders. Also India making their first appearance in this tournament series. And there's definitely some players who have notable performances, like Namu potentially having a top rank for even some of the top positions. Well, sadly, in Trackmania stands, the prize pools are usually not the highest, so it's pretty nice that even they have the $40 as some prize money. But it's still pretty nice, considering there's some other regional events don't have nothing at all. But since this scene is slowly developing, and this is only their second tournament at all in like the entire time of the franchise, so I think it's a nice stepping stone. It's definitely showing that the region is slowly developing, and that we have seen the growth since in the spring edition. It was around only 16 players. Now we are up to 30 plus in total. So there's definitely nice growth being seen, doubling the player amount. Of course, would be nice to see some extra players seeing in some next couple of editions. But let's see how. But it's definitely nice to see some growth already happening in the scene for this region. Server 1 is at the moment being played at the same time, while we're at the moment observing the Server 2 qualification or seeding phase. But the other server is currently being played. Probably if you go through the Twitch the Trackmania category, you're probably able to see some other players from the other server streaming their POVs or some other third-party casts happening there. As it looks like Fiddy in the first shot, which is kind of like the rounds. With the first attempt, looks like Fiddy at the moment in the lead, followed by Einol and CTHN and Gaming Boy in the first second. Looks like Fidi will about to finish, and yes, he will. So the first opening time 57.9 by Fidi, followed by Idol and CTHN. So definitely some... So Fidi definitely looks like a potential contender, at least in terms of pace. But we have seen that he's starting to lack a bit consistency. Not being able to finish that quite a bit of rounds. Even though this is TA at the moment, where only the fastest time matters and the 3 minutes time gap. But some of the performance you can see on how people are confident. If they can do those times in a one shot. And he was starting to look a bit shaky, but definitely he risks for the pace as we're following Loop Hop. About to finish his PB at the moment, aiming on 8th place on the server. Maybe he can snipe Danger Ray at the end. Very awkward approach, but he managed to finish and gets 8th position on the qualification server. Oh no, never mind, 5th place actually. Sniping Danger Ray at the end. Let's spectate Liathon, player from Indonesia. Trying to set his time, as this is the last chance to do so. If players don't manage to finish their attempts, they're penalized with 3-minute time. And since for seeding, they use sum of times, so those extra 3 minutes definitely can mess up some seeding positions. Looks like Liathon will be able to finish, even though with crash, but still having at least some time of 1 minute something. Still better than not having a 3-minute time. And looks like all of the players, yeah, all of the players luckily managed to finish. Some with a bit slower times, some with some faster ones. But all of them managed to finish at least at the end. And we're really just 2 maps left, and we'll be finishing our seeding check-in phase. And after this, we will be setting up calculating all of the times from all of the players. And then we'll see who will be the players in what seeds. So 4th map is gonna be the map that was selected from the current seasonal campaign. It's gonna be 19. Definitely not, I believe this is one of the harder maps in the map pack. Maybe even, I would say in the difficulty together with the tech map. There is this one gear some of the better players might be able to get after the free wheel section, giving you a lot of speed as Liathon touches the wall. I believe Hui actually got the upper gear there, because that gives her already a 0.6 advantage. So let's spectate Gaming Boy for this round. Currently the best player in Indonesia. Had a top 4 placement in the previous Asia Knows Trackmania Championship in the spring edition. It's like Fidi is in the lead. We saw a lot of people mistakes, but Gaming Boy still has managed to survive. Gets the gear up, because if you don't get the gear up before the jump, you get a penalized speed. Looks like Fidi is looking very strong in terms of pace. Also on this map, having a bit of a sketchy line there, managed to go through. Just falling by Gaming Boy. Like Fidi and Gaming Boy definitely look one of the contenders there. As Danger Ray actually now overtakes Gaming Boy and will get a faster time as he bonks the pole. And I believe, wait, Fidi reset? I think Fidi accidentally reset just before crossing the finish line. And it did not submit the time. So, a bit unfortunate, but the time to time happens. Oh no, that extra mistake will definitely not play on some pressure there. Definitely some players, if they won't be able to finish, will mess up some of other players' seating. Following loop up. I thought not that many people have finished. Only 4 players have managed to finish a run on the map so far. But there's more than a half, a bit less than a half of the time is left. So at the moment, Gaming Boy is in the lead with 51.4. Einol in second, Hui in third, CTHN in fourth, following by Danger Ray, Lupo, Bad Beef, and Bad Beef, Brandon, Fiddy, Lython, and Resir have not managed to finish following Resir. Let's see what he can do. Gets the lower gear. Sometimes getting the upper gear in for the first jump, you get sometimes too much speed. That's very hard to get the right line to get on the jump. Bit of a safer approach there from Resir. Trying to just get a run in. Against the freewheel as well, but it's better to just set a time as Fiddy is able to like also not finish. Oh, actually he is. Will he be able to? And yes, he will set. Currently the fastest time. Has Gaming Boy been close? So maybe Gaming Boy can actually finish, but I don't think so. It's gonna be really tight. I don't think he will be able to finish. Yes, sadly no, but it's gonna be Fiddy taking the fastest time. Following by Gaming Boy, Danger Ray, Einol, Hui, Bandon, Bad Beef, CTHN, Resir, Lufat, and Lython did not manage to finish on this server, where he will be penalized with 3-minute time on the map. Now we're going to the final map that will be played from the map pack. It's gonna be an ice dirt map containing a lot of like ice bug dirt slides. No, ice dirt bug slides. Yeah, bit of a mouthful to pronounce there. But yeah, this map contains a lot of those that will be utilized, and it's very important to maintain the speed afterwards. Maintaining it, players trying to straighten out the car to maintain a bit more extra speed. Einol was looking pretty decent on this map in terms of practice. But let's see what will other players will be able to do. So let's follow Gaming Boy for this first attempt. See if he'll be able to finish and do a showcase of the map. Einol, Hui, and Danger Ray got the extra speed from the bobsled as Einol goes in a pretty good lead with a very nice gap already. Gaming Boy at the moment aiming for the third fastest time so far. It's like Danger Ray is a bit challenging Gaming Boy for this time here, having a very equal pace at the moment. And with this final bug slide, it's very important to get it right so you get a lot more speed. Gaming Boy tries to risk it for the inside line, but it's not enough. And the time Einol sets is a 43.4. I think that's a pretty decent time actually. So let's find out Einol. See if he gets some improvement going, as Fiddy also sets a 43.8. So a bit of a 0.4 gap. Or like 0.4 advantage for the Malaysian player. It's like this run might not be improvement, not having the best pace. Looks like all players have successfully at least finished. Following CTHN with Tech and NASCAR main from Asia. Not having that been playing nowadays, not that much. Definitely making his experience, but has had some experience in the past and again. At the moment, I would say sadly the only like active player from Japan. I thought it would be nice to see more players from that region also playing the game a bit more often, as actually we have no participants from Korea. Even though Korea also has some decent players like Chung, Min, Hardtack, who sadly did not participate in this edition. See what CTHN can do. Can he do an improvement on his attempt at the moment, going on a very equal pace? This might not look like an improvement. Yeah, I don't think that will be. As Einol still maintains his lead. Fiddy did manage to catch him up a bit, as Gaming Boy as well with the 43.9, as Danger Ray also sitting at 43.9. Wait, just behind him. And I think this will settle the qualification seeding phase, as Danger Ray and Huey are close to the finish. Oh, sorry. Bad Beef about to improve as well at the end. Brandon as well, but not too sure if it's gonna happen. And yes, this will be the end. Actually, Fiddy snipes Einol with a 43-1. So Fiddy has a very well executed qualification. And this should be it for the seeding. So soon we will have the results entered in the spreadsheet that you can do !AOTC, where you can see the bracket phase where all the times from the players will be soon entered. And in around 20 minutes, we'll be set up all of the next upcoming servers and result out the times. In around 20 minutes, we'll start the first round, or the round of 32. So definitely stay tuned and see you then. Alright, so we're partially back. We had quite a bit of a time compressing all of the results, but hopefully everything should be fine. We're at the moment still waiting for Scorpid and the Tomato to join the server. And yeah, it was a bit iffy that it took a bit too long, but thankfully everything has been done. Let 1 second. So let's have a small look at the results. Aye. Well, we wait at least for one of the for the rest of the 2 players that are supposed to be in the match. They're having a bit of a trouble, so most of these players have not really been used to this kind of tournament scenarios. So they're not that quite familiar with how everything is being treated and handled. So it's a first time experience for them. So while we wait for the last person to join, then we'll start the match, or the first round of 32 phase. It's gonna be between Australian player Fiddy, who was looking like one of the favorites in the overall standings before the seeding, but ended up only 2nd place, losing to Seb from Taiwan, who got the 1st place in the total standings in the qualifier. So let's have a quick gander at the bracket while we are waiting for our last person. So it's gonna be Seb 1, so it's gonna first match gonna be Seb, Notorious, Namu, and Birdie. Match 2 is gonna be Huey, CTA Chen, Sassy, Rubber Fox. Match 3 is gonna be Gaming Boy, Loop, Rizzy, Elements. Match 4, Einel, Arpo, Toff, and Mr. Speedrun. Match 5 is gonna be NRC, Rasir, Rahana, and Marshall Benz. Match 6 is going to be Winky Face, Brandon, Badweave, and a load Ocelots. Match 7, Danger Race, Midi, Simply Nick, Pathetic. And match 3 rushing is going to be Fiddy, Scorpid, Liathon, and Dead Tomato. So all of these players have managed to go to the qualifier. I believe we should be on the way, so we will start the match soon. And we'll be starting the match on Baguette. So our match is going to consist of Fiddy, Lython, and Scorpid. So the top 2 players is gonna be processing through the bracket. 3rd place will be placed in the loser. So it's a fight on who will be out of these 3 players who will be the one qualifying. Fiddy at the moment having the best potential advantage, being the 2nd seed from the match. And we're waiting for if Dead Tomato managed to reach the server. Then he will always be able to play. He's joined as 1st player, but as he's being late, we're having some trouble finding the server. It's gonna be a bit of an issue on his side. We're already a bit late, but hopefully everything should be fine. Anyways, our first match, AOTC Baguette. By myself, Fiddy, Scorpid, and Liathon. First appearance we see from India players. Good luck in chats, and we're starting the match. So who will be one of the fastest players? Fiddy being, of course, being the potential candidate as the top seeded player from this match. Actually, Liathon at the moment has a minor league as Scorpid goes for a bit of an outside line. Falling by Lython, following Fiddy. Fiddy goes for a bit of an aggressive inside lane approach. Tries to get caught up on for the first place. So it's going to be played in cup mode. Players are going to play till 100 points. Till 2 winners. Top 2 winners, players when they collect 100 points, they enter the finalist status and they need to win a round to finalize their position. Scorpid at the moment quite a bit behind Fiddy at the moment, a pretty convincing lead, and it should be a first 10 pointer for Fiddy with a decent time as well, 44.7. We probably, at the moment, world record is 43, actually was set just before the bracket stage happened by Fiddy himself. Scorpid not being able to finish. Definitely gonna count those extra points, especially if it's gonna be needed. Looks like gonna be a 1-to-1 battle between Lython and Fiddy. Maybe Scorpid can definitely do something in the match, maybe get down some mistakes, but looks like Fiddy looking fairly dominant in this matchup. Lython is a bit trying to challenge Fiddy so far, being basically tied in that CP. Fiddy having a bit more exit speed there. It's like Fiddy is looking a bit better. Looks a very shaky line, managed to survive it. Lython goes out, bonks the side as Fiddy gets another 10 pointer for him, and it'll put him in a very convincing league. It's actually Scorpid beats Lython there. And due to that, actually, Scorpion now actually gets a tiny difference, a small difference between him and Lython. So the big main focus here is going to be fight for the second place on who will be the player who will be managed to maintain their position in the top bracket. As Scorpion again not having the best of starts, Fiddy being in the lead as all rounds we have seen before. Lython at the moment being in second place. Already half a second gap. We saw some mistakes happening, especially what Lython did manage to do in the previous round, but looks like there should be no issues here. But the pace of Fiddy looks very shaky with those ice water bumps, but still enough to secure a 10 pointer. So like Scorpid will not be able to finish, and he will lose on another round once again. That secures Fiddy and Lython securing their top positions at the moment. Oh, Fiddy has an early bump. Will give the other players a nice start advantage. So Scorpid definitely needs to use this round opportunity to potentially get a plus 10 points. But Fiddy already has caught up both of the players and overtaking Scorpid as well. Now he even fights with Lython. Oh, he clips and gets a speed penalty. I think this might be a fight for second place between Scorpid and Fiddy on who will take it. Looks like Fiddy, he being a bit riskier player, managing to get the end, snipes Scorpid for that second position. Lython will secure a plus 10 pointer, but Fiddy will get that plus 6, but at least Scorpid will get those extra plus 4 points. But still, Lython getting that plus 10 increases the points gap between him and third place. So next map is going to be Surface Switch by Lurk. One of the more straightforward maps in terms of lines. Fiddy as well having one of the strongest times on this map as well, being an overall one of the potential contenders to take it all at the end. But yeah, this should be the map that will be played in this matchup. I saw a lot of players were commenting that they have internet issues or pretty poor internet for today. So let's see, hopefully that won't give too much issues for some. Like players like Winkyface saw that he's only playing on 45 kilobits per second internet at the moment. So some internet is quite a bit of an issue for some of these players. Anyways, let's see the first round on Surface Switch. Actually, a relatively close round regarding the performance. Actually, Scorpion now is in the lead. Bit unexpected. Definitely could maybe he gets some extra points, but he gets a bit airtime. And actually, all three players are really close right now. All between 0.05. Fiddy gets a bit more speed from that turn. Scorpion had to release to readjust himself there. Following by Lython in second place. So it's currently the positions with the pretty big gaps seem to secure themselves before the round has ended, but maybe some of the... he bonked as well, and I think that will allow Scorpid to get all of the extra points, and it's gonna be Fiddy taking another plus 10. And oh, it's gonna be pretty close. Scorpid actually fails the end, and since Lython went for the safe in that he will get the plus 6. All the other servers are being played at the same time. You can check out the Trackmania category and see all of the other potential POV streams or third-party casts being happening on the other matches. Scorpion had a nice start on the previous round, now looking still a bit more shaky, definitely a bit losing some of the pace, clipping there as well. Fiddy at the moment in a very convincing lead. Like, very secured positions already, all players being a bit more than a second. With that pretty big gaps. As Fiddy still increases his lead. Actually, Fiddy looking very, very strong, having a pretty solid rounds performance as well. But him having a pretty easy match probably will allow him to force the pace. As actually Scorpion now has a chance to get that plus 10 points, but he fails the dirt part. And Lython still gets that plus 6. And that will put him in an even bigger advantage over Scorpid from India. Yeah, Scorpion definitely not having the best of matches so far. But it's usually the case in these first rounds of cup mode based brackets. When the first round usually is with the pretty big gaps or with on-field servers to basically clean up the bracket, and I think starting the loser bracket round 1, all of the brackets should be fairly equalized for the future. So either way, we still have a pretty, as soon as I expected Lython, he makes a mistake. Scorpid is 3 kilometers behind. I don't think even know, Scorpid definitely is not finishing this round. Fiddy a bit lagging with that amazing Australian internet, but he still secures the plus 10 as a very dominant rounds performance, only dropping 1 second place so far throughout the match. Potentially going for a very dominant win in this match. Lython definitely can maybe challenge him, but as we have a mistake from Fiddy. So speaking of, Scorpion making that mistake. So now that's a pretty nice opportunity for Lython to get a plus 10 for him. And get those extra points, but Fiddy is definitely attacking. 0.4 gap, but let's see if Fiddy managed to snipe Lython. In the end, he definitely has the pace to do so. And judging by the previous round performance, actually Lython is trying to maintain his speed. And pace, although Fidi is slowly gaining, having a bit better line there, gained already 0.2 in that one turn, having a bit more speed, doesn't get the airtime, gets the full grip during that and just full on blasts, but he clips, and Lython will overtake Fidi, but what will the players do at the end? Both of them going for the risky win, and Lython secures a plus 10 points in this round. Fidi, Lython definitely played the mistakes from pretty well there, trying to get some extra safer round there, and gets that extra plus 10 points in the round. Speaking of Scorpid definitely needs to step up his performance in the match, as he's lacking quite a bit with a pretty large points gap on top of that. Yeah, very unfortunate so far. Scorpid looking very, very shaky in his performance. It's like it's gonna be a hard time for him to get those extra points. In the next upcoming rounds. So a pretty dominant match from Fidi here. Definitely has a strong presence, showcasing that I'm probably warming up on that part. Actually, it's necessary to get the author time to jump over the free will part, but doing all the other sections well is also quite well doable. Plus Lython having an early mistake. There is also a hidden gear that you can get that none of the players did not get, but it's possible to get the upper gear after exiting the free will part. That will save you entire 0.6 of a second. But yeah, pretty large gaps so far in the round, as Lython is a way behind, and Fidi is at the moment in a very dominant first position, followed by Scorpid. Scorpid actually having one of his better rounds so far, only being 1.8 seconds behind the race leader. He yups the pole, but still gets the +6 at the end, and definitely beats Lython in this round. So Scorpid can do a potential comeback. If he wins suddenly, like 4 rounds, if Fidi, let's say in a scenario, if Fidi secures the finalist, and Scorpid suddenly starts playing really well, or like the next upcoming maps are really good for him, he could potentially snap out Lython from that. He clips from that second finalist, and top 2 from this match will advance to the round of 16. I thought not having the best line there. Scorpid has a bit more speed actually, but bonks the wall just before the free wheel, and that's gonna be really punishing. Fidi at the moment definitely securing his first place spot in the round and in the match as well. And after this match, I believe Fidi will have to win one more round, and then he will be the first person to enter the finalist. Scorpid gets the +4 as well. Scorpid definitely not having only being able to finish 5 rounds so far. Actually, Fidi now not having the best of starts. None of the players get the upper gear. Oh, actually, Lython got the upper gear. Scorpid clipped the inside. Fidi allows him to overtake Scorpid due to that. Lython now is in the lead. So Fidi definitely will be... If he doesn't snipe Lython, he will be put off the finalist status here. Lython should be able to... Oh, will it be? Very shaky line there, gets the slide. Fiddy has way more speeds. Oh, Lython gets the airtime. He has to respawn. And Fiddy will secure a plus 10 points. And Scorpion gets in the up pole. Where is Lython? And Lython snipes just before the Scorpion manages to finish with the pole bounce. And we'll have the first finalist. So Fiddy being the first person to potentially go through to the next round. Having a very dominant performance in this match at the moment. As Scorpion touches later on. So looks like gonna be a very close fight between Lython and Fiddy. Lython potentially sniping Fiddy here, but Fiddy has way better line of skills, gets a bit more speed from that section. Lython trying to catch him up, but the gap is getting bigger and bigger. And I think that should be our first GG unless he yep pulls. And we have our first person going to round of 16 is going to be Fiddy, having a very dominant performance in the match. We'll move on to the next stage and the round of 16. So now it's enough of a battle between Lython and Scorpion to go through the next match. And Dead Tomato, who was supposed to be playing on this match, sadly is not here present. But now, Scorpion, even though is only at 34 points, an insane comeback is still possible if Lython starts to make mistakes. So it's a 1v1 situation now, with Lython having a 4-round win advantage, over 40 points in fact. So Lython needs to win 2 rounds. And he can afford losing on 1 more, and he will be enter finalist himself. But Scorpion definitely now needs to start winning some rounds and start to deny him the points. So the climb for the finalist status for Lython is a bit slower, but let's see what happens. So far Scorpion's performance has not been looking the best, but maybe he can do some damage on this map, as he actually has a way better start than Lython. Also, we're playing on the random MX map, since the map pack has one tech map from the competitive map pool from ESAC. 2 maps were made for this event. One is the campaign map, and 1 map was randomly selected from Trackmania exchange. And random Trackmania map is this one. Is actually, we have Scorpion having a pretty solid round so far, as he's go for the safe win. And actually Lython, with the riskier approach, will manage to snipe Scorpion from his one of the first clean rounds he had in this match. And he tried to save the end, and yeah, Lython is slowly inching himself centimeter by centimeter closer to that finalist status, as he just needs to win a round, and then he's allowed to get a 2nd place, but he definitely needs to get those finishes in. But Scorpion can fight his way and try to get those extra round wins, so only Lython gets those extra plus 6 points. But so far this round is not looking the best for Scorpion, as Lython is in a half a second lead. Scorpion having a bit better line there, maintaining a lot more exit speed from that turn. Allow him to gain, but let's see what he'll do in this part, since he goes for the safe finish, and that cost him the last round. But let's see what he will do. They kinda need to go for it. He goes for the low jump. No! If he was a bit higher, he could have potentially sniped there, but that's very unfortunate. And due to that, Lython will get a plus 10. That was a nice opportunity there for Scorpion, but yeah, bit too of a low jump, but that's a very nice risk there. So now Lython just needs to finish and he will need to, and he will enter the finalists. So Scorpio definitely having a, looking at this map is definitely his one of the favorite maps, having a pretty solid bronze performance, especially comparing to other maps. So definitely looks like this is the strongest map for Scorpid so far, challenging Lython, even setting some decent performances as well in the round, as he is at the moment in the lead by 0.8. Hopefully he does not risk the end, as he has a pretty confident gap, but over in 1 second as Lython has a minor touch as well, getting that acceleration penalty on top of that. Let's see what will Scorpio do. That's a very risky low jump there. Ay ay ay. That's very unfortunate there. Like, he risks too low. Like, if he would go just a bit to the left where the ramp is a bit higher, it would be no issue there, but he really goes for that low jump. And now we have Lython entering the finalists. And I believe this is the last round on Uptown, which is the map by Neutron, which is one of the TMX maps randomly selected. So yeah, Scorpion really tries to push that end, even though he had to really save it. Even if he could have taken the safe finish, it would be enough for him to get that plus 10 points there. Again, Scorpion is in the lead, denying Lython for his finalist attempt. But yeah, Scorpion having a decent performance in the round, and he just risks the end too much. And yeah, it tosses the plus 10s away quite easily. But he has another comfortable lead, so let's see what Scorpion is doing. Oh no, he went too tight now. It tosses away, and that will be Lython getting the second place in the match. And due to that, Lython will be moving to the next round. So yeah, Scorpio definitely starting to step up his game. Only when, like, the match is starting to end. A bit sad like that, but at the first parts of the match, he was not looking that good. But as soon as the match went on and on, he was starting to look better and better. So really unfortunate that that happened right there. But due to that, Scorpid will move on to the lower bracket, as Dead Tomato, who is supposed to play this match, will as well be moving on to the lower bracket as well. But on the top side, we will have Fiddy moving to the round of 16, where he will have to face off against 2 Australian players, as we have Danger Race, Smitty, Simply Nick, and Pathetic being in the same match, with the full-on Australian match happening on the other side. At the moment, we don't have any other results happening from the other matches at the moment. So definitely recommend to check in and tune in on the bracket, which you can !AOTC, where you can see the entire bracket and see what is happening in the current matches. So this is the first match that was finished. Maybe we can check in on some other matches going on. See what's happening on... Oh, looks like Matchroom 7 has ended. Let's have a look on what's happening in Matchroom number 6 meanwhile. Okay, so here in this match we have so Winky Face is entering finalist. Brandon is at 60 points. Bad Beef is at 46, and Lon Ocelot is only at 18. So Winky Face also looking very strong. Australians having a very good representation, seems like it, in this tournament so far, at least from what we have witnessed. Winky Face also was one of the players who got second place in the previous AOTS, which was the Asian O's Trackmania Seasonal, which was the pre-event, or like the test event for Asian O's region. And with the success of it, the new editions are coming through, as we're seeing with the summer edition that we're witnessing now. So it looks like they're going to be playing on Summer 19. Winky Face being the current finalist, with Brandon having Brandon being at 60 points, Bad Beef at 46, and Lon Ocelot at the bottom from 18. Lon Ocelot actually being the first player from Thailand that I have ever seen playing in a Trackmania competition. So great that we see with more diverse player field in some of these matches. As we have Winky Face at the moment again, the Link, he actually gets the upper gear there. Oh, never mind, he gets the lower gear just with a bit more speed. Brandon following in second place. Bad Beef at the moment in fourth, and Lone Ocelot at the bottom in fourth. So yeah, the same structure here. The top 2 players from this match will move on to the round of 16. Bottom 2 players will be sent to the losers bracket. Actually, we have Winky Face in the dominant first position. Brandon Wolf trying to get to second place. The gaps are pretty wide. Auto Bad Beef gets the skids. And it will be Winky Face taking his 10 points, as well as finalizing his finalist status and being the first person from this match to move on to the round of 16. Now it's up to Brandon, Bad Beef, and Lone Ocelot to do so. So we'll have a battle between Malaysia, Australia, and Thailand. So only one of these players will move on to the round of 16 in the in this match. So looks like Lone Ocelot actually taking the lead. This match actually clips the side, but does not lose that much speed, to my surprise. Oh, he eats a bit too much grass. Bad Beef has a bit more speed, overtaking Bandon. Oh, Bandon gets a bit of free will. Actually, Bad Beef as well. The gap is not that big. Anything can still happen, especially at this kind of level. Bandon getting a bit better line there. Who will have the best? And this... Ay, ay, ay. Bad Beef gets the full-on CP flip as Brandon, yep, also Lone Ocelot as well. So it's a fight on who can recover the best. And it was Brandon actually taking that plus 10 points there. Lone Ocelot taking plus 6 and Bad Beef taking the plus 4. Well, I'll say those polls are very, very punishing. Even sometimes in ranked, sometimes they just manage to somehow appear just in front of you. Lone Ocelot having not the best of starts already, as we have Bad Beef at the moment in the lead, trying to go for a bit of an insider approach. Same with Brandon as well. But due to that, Lone Ocelot overtakes and he bonks the pole. Bad Beef at the moment in the lead, following by Brandon, but only having 1 second of a lead already. So Brandon definitely, Bad Beef definitely tries to fight, gets those extra points to qualify himself with his countryman Winky Face in the round of 16. Let's see what will happen. The last round he did a full-on CP flip, so let's see if he will do the same thing again. Not having the best of lines, Brandon as well, but Brandon has a bit more speed as he gets the diagonal water bounce. Almost gets the earth down, Brandon gets the slide. Bad Beef and Brandon actually gets the 10-pointer at the end, as Bad Beef gets the skids at the end, slides out, and touches the wall at the end. Looks like Lone Ocelot will not be able to finish in this round. So Brandon just needs to win a round and or get a second place, and she should enter finalist status as well. But Bad Beef and Lone Ocelot, both of them can make a nice comeback. We have seen in Baltic League Beta Season, for example, in the Grand Final, there was a situation where top 2 players first player managed to finish, and the player who was only at 30 points, where they needed 120, very unfortunate flip there in the CP, managed to make a sick comeback and securing a 3rd place in the end, even having more than 80 points disadvantage. So anything can still happen, but doing such CP flips like that won't really be that useful. Brandon at the moment in the lead. And Bad Beef tries to attack, but Brandon will be pulled in by the pole like a magnet. You'll only get a plus 6 due to that, where we have Lone. Lone also finishes with a plus 4, trying to get some extra points in his pocket, but Brandon looking like definitely the best contender here for taking the finalist and going to the next round. almost like we have not much info at the moment on what is happening in other matches. But yeah, Winky Face is at the moment qualified, being in first place from this match. So, according to the internal communications, turns out that Alone was a bit late for the match. That's why he's in a pretty big points advantage. Was also probably not ready in the best mental state to enter the match as well. So probably that's why he's in the same situation as Scorpid. Where like the players were not really feeling it at the start match, and only like starting from map 4 or when it's like starting to finalize. Then they're starting to get in a groove of the match and start to go pretty good pace and decent consistency as well. Since most of these players, this is the first time they're playing in some competition, especially in rounds-based formats, since usually stuff like Cup of the Day or Ranked is not that commonly populated in these time zones, so it's not that often when these kind of players can test out their skills in rounds mode. So it's definitely a new kind of experience for them. And these kind of events are just great for them to like have this new platform for them to finally compete and develop the level in Asia and OS regions. And now we have Brandon in with 96 points, Bad Beef with 66, so Bad Beef definitely needs to do a lot of work if he wants to need Brandon, but Brandon at the moment looking a pretty good start already, being 0.4 already in the lead. The Sloan is a 0.8 behind, not having the best of starts, losing a gear there as well. Bad Beef tries to attack, slowly lowers the gap to 0.4, having a bit more speed, entering the bobsled part as well. Having a bit better speed, even almost starts to closing on, but looks like Brandon has a bit... Oh, he did not have the best exit, and I think Bad Beef might snipe, but I don't think... No! Brandon has a really low jump, and actually Bad Beef managed to snipe him in the end as he got a bump. He got really lucky, bumped into the finish, and Lone Ocelot even was almost sniping the +6 points at the end. But yeah, now we have our second finalist, Brandon from Malaysia. Bad Beef definitely can potentially do some damage. It's definitely not... everything is not over here. But yeah, Lone Ocelot already in a pretty big gap behind, but we saw that Bad Beef was starting to increase his pace at the end of the map. So he got a bit better speed and better lines than Brandon. Already the same thing we see as the previous round, getting a lot of speed entering the bobsled part. Probably a pad player, getting a lot of speed from the bobsled, gets a very good ice bug slide, has more speed, and it will all become on who will take this. And looks like it's gonna be, yes, Brandon will be the second player from this match. And it will be Brandon taking the second position in this match. So Winky Face and Brandon will be going through the round of 16. Bad Beef and Lone Ocelot will be put in the losers bracket. So they will not be fully eliminated just yet. So they will have still an opportunity to fight for a potential comeback. But in losers bracket, if you're gonna be in the bottom 2 positions, you're gonna be out entirely. So it's definitely a bit better to maintain yourself in the bottom bracket. Sorry, in the upper bracket. As it will give you this night extra... You can so extra life, you know. And let's check out on what's happening on the other servers meanwhile. Yes, let's not rejoin the server. Let's check out on Matchroom 4 has ended. Matchroom 3 is still on the way, so we can check out on what is happening here. I believe most of the matches should be slowly being finalized. It looks like this match has ended already, so we'll have a small break when we'll finally finalize all of the results from all of the matches, and then we'll continue on with the round of 16. So, see you then. Alright, and we're back. We had some other issues with some players suddenly joining in. And we're going to be spectating the match between Winkyface, Rasir, NRC, and Brandon. So Winkyface and Brandon were from the match that we spectated just before. Whoever managed to go on, we already see that Winkyface is in the lead. So Winkyface, NRC, and Rasir, both of them were all three of them were playing in the last Asia O's Trackmania season already. So they're definitely having some experience in these kind of formats. Brandon having this first match like the previous match what we saw previously. We tuned in the last few seconds. But anyways, we have Winkyface in this match already dominating, having won first two matches so far with a pretty large lead already, following by Rasir and NLC in the round. And then Brandon is at the end as Rasir doesn't have the best approach right there. And he tries to get a shaky drift, but he doesn't have that much exit speed. And I believe this will be Winkyface taking the +10. So he gets a solid round throughout, following by NRC, Rasir, and Brandon at the bottom. So the top two players from this match will go to the round of 8. Bottom two will go to the losers bracket in the round 2 of it. So there are some matches happening from the losers bracket. There are some players who are already automatically in the round 2 from the losers, just because of some of the players not appearing, and some players who are just starting to appear. Due to that caused some confusion and also some delays. Anyway, we do have Winkyface in a pretty convincing lead already, but now the biggest fight I feel like is gonna be for that second place between Rasir and NRC. Or Brandon is, where's Brandon? Brandon is in the 4th place at the moment, trying to catch Rasir for those extra +4 points. And he gets a no slide, very unlucky there. Winkyface having a very convincing lead in Rasir at the moment in 3rd place. And it'll be Winkyface taking another +10, following by NRC and Rasir in the 4th place. I believe if Winkyface gets all max 40 out of 40 points on map 1, and will be going to map 2 for the next map. Let's see if he will be able to do here. Meanwhile, we can have a small peek at the bracket on what has been happening in these other matches that we saw on stream and some on stream as well. So some of them at the top we have Seb, who beat Namu and Curious, and since Birdie was not there for the match, he dropped down to the losers bracket. So match 1 currently being played is Seb, Nami, CTHN and Huey. In match 2 in roundup, it's Gaming Boy, Loop, Einol and Arpo. Currently we're watching NRC, Resir, Winky Face, Brandon, and match 4 is Dangerous, Winky, Simply Nick, Fiddy and Lyathan. And at the bottom we have a match between Marshall Band, Scorpid, Toph, Not Curious. So 3 India players in the lower losers bracket already, and only 2 of them will be able to go through. Match 2, Rizzy, Bad Beef, Dead Tomato, Sassy Queen. Match 3 is Robber, but since Robber Fox and Mr. Speedrun were not available, Smitty and Lone Ocelot managed to fight for top 2 positions in the next round of losers bracket. Same thing with Rahan Wob and Birdie. So we're currently spectating the top brackets right now, and we're gonna be playing on Baguette. So let's see how this Winky Face having a pretty strong performance so far, very similar to what we saw from Fiddy in the previous match that we were spectating for round of 32. So slowly the better players are getting seeded out. We're starting to have more closer and closer matches for every single round that we see. And Oceania is actually in the lead, following by Winky Face, Resir and Brendan, woman at the bottom. Oh, he jumps a bit too high, touches the wall as well. Where is Brandon? Brandon is at the moment in 3rd place, and Aussie in 2nd place. Winky Face in a dominant 1st place. As well, we saw a couple of mistakes here, people bumping the but should be fine. And Winky Face will take the 1st place with 45.2. We did saw that Fiddy was doing 44s here, as well as Gaming Boy doing also 44s. So definitely 44s are the pace, but in this match looks like 45.2s are enough. And at the moment, Winky Face is on a 5 out of 5 round wins. So if he takes those 6 extra rounds, he can... Oh no, SC... Oh, that's a jinx and a half. So yeah, I think Winky Face won't be taking this round unless something very mysterious happens. So actually now Resir is fighting for the top position together with NRC and Brandon. Well, Brandon jumps a bit too much to the side, loses too much speed, but it's pretty close fight between Resir and NRC for the 1st spot. Resir having a bit better release there. On the NASCAR part, NRC crashes. And I believe Resir will have a pretty nice straight road here for him to collect a 10-pointer. And yes, 45.6 will be the winning time in this round. And I feel like this is going to be a very spicy fight for the 2nd place, since top 2 players from this match will be going through. And looks like Resir has definitely improved at the game as well. He's even now able to snag in some extra round wins as well. That was a pretty solid NASCAR section overall from Resir. He might not have the best start, but that NASCAR part definitely looked pretty strong to potentially battle with Winky Face as well, but he definitely has to work on the start. As Winky Face is already 0.4 in the league, 15.5 is a pretty fast checkpoint for the start. As we're following the bottom pack, looks like Resir will overtake Brandon for the 3rd place, but he really needs to take down NRC as well, since top 2 positions in rounds are the most valuable, as we have a close fight actually for the 3rd place. Actually, Brandon slaps Resir as a close fight due to that, and Winky Face does a 44.7 in this round as Brandon snipes Resir for the last one. So it's definitely going to be a spicier field for that 2nd place. I feel like this might not be the best map for Brandon, but as we saw how Brandon performed in the last match, that he was playing just really safe, not having too much mistakes, but here he definitely needs to get that extra pace. As Winky Face now in the lead, he does a release to save himself from that line and loses a bit of his lead. Resir actually at the moment in the 2nd place, jumps a bit too high, but should not be too big of an issue. Almost clips the side as well. Brandon is a bit far behind the pack, and Aussie having a bit better NASCAR line, but both speed is pretty similar between Resir. Resir touches the wall he will lose a lot of speed due to that. Winky Face will take the plus 10 points. And I'll see with second place, and Brandon with third with those plus 4 and Reserve. Oh, Brandon actually overtakes Reserve due to that. So Brandon definitely, he might lack the pace, but at least he sneaks himself way to get those extra plus points from those extra crashes that are happening from those players. So after map 2 we have Winky Face already at 73 points. So he only one round where he made the mistake and got last place. That was the only round where he did not get first. Then we have NRC in second place with 46 points. Resir in third place with 37. So some of the mistakes from Resir in those last 2 rounds definitely cost him some of those points against NRC. But let's see how it'll go in this map. Let's check if there's any information on what is happening on the other servers at the moment. So it looks like we have no direct information on what is happening in the other servers, but unfortunate. But we'll be starting the first round on Surface Switch by Lurk, which was one of the maps that was intentionally that was made for the this event. So this whole map pack for this event contains one map from the ESAC.GG competition map pack, 2 maps that were custom made for the event, 1 Nadio map, and 1 map that was randomly selected from Trackmania Exchange. And this is one of the maps that was made for the event by Lurk. We have a pretty close fight for the top position between the 2 Australians, in Winky Face and NRC. Bit close fight. Winky Face having a bit better line there, gets a bit more speed. A bit better setup for the next turn as well. NRC still gets the lead, but he gets a bit airtime. Loses quite a bit there due to that. But the fight is pretty close. Winky Face having a bit more speed throughout that turn. Gets on the freewheel part, gets a bit airtime. NRC gets a bit more speed. Let's see who will be able to overtake. And Winky Face at the moment in the lead, but NRC, can he snipe him? Gets a shaky line. Winky Face touches the wall. NRC fails the end. And Resir cashes in on the both Australian mistakes and gets the plus 10 points for him. Where is actually Brandon? Brandon did not finish. Brandon actually had quite a bit of struggles on his previous match on this map as well. So definitely both Australians trying to fight it out and risk it, and then it's like both bonk, and then Resir just takes those free 10 points. Those are very useful for Resir as well, as that puts him only 3 points gap. As one player touches, I think that was Brandon. No, Brandon's actually in the lead. Hold up. It was Winky Face. Winky Face having an early crash as well, NRC making the mistake, so it's an Asia duel. Brandon now in the lead. What is happening? It's like a full-on random.org matchups all the time happening. Anyway, we have a Resir and Brandon fighting for those extra points, since especially at the bottom of the leaderboard. Those are gonna be coming really handy as Brandon touches the wall. Looks like Resir just trying to play it safe. While everyone crash, he will get those extra plus 10 pointer. If he does manage to flip at the end, ay ay ay. And actually NRC will get those plus 10 points. Come on, Resir, come on. And even Winky Face, who did the mistakes early on, and Resir threw the easy plus 10 pointer there, as Brandon actually gets his first plus 6 of the match. But yeah, definitely a spicier midfield, I feel like. But yeah, that was a very unfortunate round there for Resir, as he is really in a very scary situation to if he wants to go to the next round, which is doable for him, but he definitely needs to get a bit more solid performance to do so. Anyways, we have NRC in the lead, as Resir definitely wants to see that, as Winky Face had a small mistake early on. Brandon at the bottom as well, but not too far off everyone at the moment. And I'll see at the moment in the lead, following by Winky Face. Rasir definitely needs to step up his pace, as he had these very lucky rounds given to him where he could have gotten those easy plus 10 pointers, but did not sadly use them properly. That definitely made this match a bit more spicy. So we saw a crash between Winky Face and NRC in the previous rounds. Looks like both players will manage to do it quite easily. Rasir having a small mistake on the dirt part, but will get that +4. But now the gap between NRC and Rasir are slowly increasing, but the gap between NRC and Winky Face is slowly shrinking. Bandom with the early touch on the dirt part. It's like a duel between the both Australians, as well as Winky Face gets a bit of an airtime there with the slide. Loses a bit of speed. Bandom from the back, slowly actually catching up to Rasir. And he has a very awkward outside line. So it's a fight between two Australians. NRC at the moment in the lead. Definitely a beneficial map for NRC, and this round definitely closing in the gap between him and Winky Face in the round, as Winky Face slowly catching up and lagging as well. So let's watch from NRC perspective, very risky line, but he has a lot more speed there, and he will get the risky finish as Winky Face went for the safe one, and NRC will get those extra +10. But now I believe Winky Face needs to get a top 2 finish, and he will be the first person to enter finalists. But we have seen that NRC having a pretty solid performance, especially in the later rounds. Now, starting to diminish the gap between him and Winky Face. But as long as the Australians keep up their pace, both Asia players will have a hard time on keeping up with them. As we're gonna move on to Summer 19. One of the maps we have seen quite a bit of issues happening time to time to players, especially due to consistency. But let's see how will Winky Face perform here, because he just needs to... This is a map where he has the best chance to finish off the match and move on to the winners semifinals, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, so the top 2 players from this match will move on to the winners semifinal. And let's see how all the players will perform here. Rasir and Brandon not having the best of starts. Both Australians having a pretty even start. Winky Face goes for the outside line, trying to get the upper gear at the dirt exit. I believe he did not get it, but it was very close. But he still had a bit more speed from outside of the free wheel anyways. Keeps up NRC in the 2nd position, Rasir in the 3rd. Looks like NRC is at the moment in the lead. And this looks like Winky Face is trying to catch him up, but it's like doesn't seem that possible, as he actually made a mistake early on, where NRC will actually get the +10 points unless he bonks the pole, or Silva gets the +6, and Winky Face will get 4th. So actually now Winky Face is not in the best position like now. He just needs to finish. But now NRC, if he wins the round, he will enter finalist himself. So it's very unfortunate, especially since in the cup mode the points limit is 99 points. Yes, Rain, it's a bit of an issue, since especially in events tab is not working, so only wait so to people know about these events if they actually want to find them. and it's a bit of an issue from event organizer perspective. Anyways, we have the Winky Face at the moment in the lead, followed by NRC and Resir in 3rd place. Random is a pretty far 4th place at the moment. Winky Face in the lead, having a very convincing lead, but Winky Face just needs to finish in this round and he will secure himself in the finalists, but at least that plus 10 points will deny NRC on entering the finalist status himself. So NRC now will have to take a top 3 placement in the next round to secure finalist himself. So now Winky Face needs to win a round and he will secure himself into the round of 8. Zero not having with the best of starts. Brandon also touches right at the free wheel. Especially Resir gets the upper gear there. Resir gets the upper gear and he climbs himself in the top 2 positions. So will Resir maybe even snipe Winky Face for the first place, as actually NRC has a bit better speed. I think it was Winky Face who touched the wall, so Winky Face definitely not taking the winner in this round. Actually Resir taking the first place, seems like it. At least on a very good potential, being 0.6 ahead of NRC and having a bit better line on the dirt part as well. Now let's see if Resir can get the end, and it should be fine. We have seen people bonking. He goes for a release, tries to save it, will be a bonk from the side, but still enough to take the plus 10. Winky Face with the crash will secure it, will deny those extra 1 point from Brandon. But due to that, Resir gets that plus 10, and now NRC is in a 99 point position. So now it's a situation where Resir's deny put NRC in the so-called boring round position, where NRC just needs to finish in this round, and he will be able to enter finalist. NRC at the moment in the lead. Resir also having a pretty good start, definitely stepping up his performance in this round. NRC at the moment in the lead, eats a bit too much grass. Winky Face is lagging from the 3rd place. Brandon is pretty far back in the 4th. Winky Face has a lot more speed, overtakes NRC as well. So Winky Face just needs to win this round and he'll be secured in the round of 8, so the winner's semi-final. The water section, no major mistakes. Let's see, we have seen a lot of lap balls in the end. And it should be a safe round. This will be a 51.5 time that will secure Winky Face in the round of 8, or winner semi-final 2. And due to that, NRC will enter finalist status himself. So it's now up to Resir, where he needs to basically win 3 rounds in a row to put himself into that position as well. So Uptown will be the map that will be the deciding part for Resir and NRC. So NRC just needs to win this round. He just needs to win a round, and he is secured in this final. Yes, this event, since I'm the organizer of this event, since I was feeling pretty bad about the Asia No scene, since all of the most main events are very European dominant time zones, and most of the players from Asia Knows don't really have the best time for them to play. So with I tried to team up with some of the people from Asia, and trying to develop a proper Trackmania community for Asia and OS as well, and try to host some first events for the region as well. And that could also be a very nice stepping stone for the region to develop as well. With the first edition, what we did, very first tournament, was in the spring. And now we have basically double the player amount from the spring season, which is amazing to see, and can't wait to see some future events as well. Anyways, we're going to be coming up on this round, so Winky Face is already secured in round of 8, followed by NRC, who's at the moment with finalists. At the moment, Resir really needs to step up his game. He needs to basically win 3 rounds in a row and beat NRCs to not move on to the next round. And I'll see in a very convincing lead at the moment. Resiro has a very shaky line there, does not have the best momentum going throughout that turn. NRC in a very good... Yeah, this is a very convincing round so far for NRC. Actually, Brendan tries to snipe Resir, but I think this should be a pretty big GG unless NRC pulls a Scorpion and misses the final ring like 3 times. It's going to be GG. We have 2 Australians moving through the winners final. NRC being in 2nd place, Winky Face winning, and Resil will get the 3rd place. And Brandon will be in 4th. So, well, we can actually quickly, since we know all the results from this match, we can actually quickly check if there were any other matches happening so far. Hopefully we don't disrupt the match too much. We can definitely check it out on if what are happening in match 1, which is I think one of the most interesting matches so far. They're also on the Uptown, so, they just ended. Oh man. God damn it. Okay, so if they will screenshot, then yeah, it's all good. So on match 2, it looks like that has ended as well. Match 3 we just spectated, and so all of the matches seems like are ending already. So we'll have a small break while we enter all results, and you can definitely check out the exclamation mark AOTC. Where you can check out the bracket and see what is going on. So we'll have a small break and we'll be back with a round of 8. So see you soon. Alright, and we are back. And we will be starting our winners semifinals soon. We'll be starting on Surface Switch. So we're going to be starting our first semi-final. There are 2 semi-finals going to be played out at the same time. So if we have a look at the bracket. So one semi-final is going to be full Asia fight. So Seb, CTHN, Gaming Boy, Idol on one fight, and Winkyface, Anasi, Fiddy, and Simply Nick on the other bracket. So that's going to be a very spicy semi-final session we're going to see here. So it's going to be an interesting one. So we have Seb, first Taiwanese player who makes an appearance. CTHN from Japan as well. So we have got also both Taiwan and Japan making their first appearance in the event. Gaming Boy and Idol, who were both really well performing in the last seasonal series. So definitely a strong performance from them. And on the bottom we have Winkyface, Anasi, Fiddy, and Simply Nick, who are the first 4 best Australians at the moment in the fight. A bit weird, but that's actually quite interesting that how it managed to split up, that all of the top 4 Asia players are in one side of the bracket and top 4 OS players are in one side of the bracket. That was not intended, it somehow just happened. On the loser bracket, anyway, we have Arpo, Brandon, and Scorpid playing one match. Huel, Liathon, Rizzy, and Babi in match 2. Namu, Dangerous, Smitty, Lone Ocelots in match 3. Luf, Resir, Rahanwab, and Birdie in match 4. So we're going to be focusing on winners semifinals. So all of these 6 matches are happening at the same time. But we'll be focusing on the matches at the top. So yeah, the 4 best Asia players now gonna be fighting off. Top 2 players will go to the winners semi or winners final. Small mistake there in the scheduling translation. Bit unfortunate that there is no Taiwanese flag in the game, so there is one substitute flag being used. But a bit unfortunate that it's like that, but it is what it is. And Seb definitely showing a very strong performance from Taiwan. Anyways, we have a match where it looks like Seb at the moment in the league. We have a very close round. We already see that the level of the match has improved drastically comparing to the other first few rounds. Looks like Seb at the moment in the lead, followed by Idol, Gaming Boy in 3rd, and CTHN in 4th. Only 4.4 difference, but looks like Seb is in a pretty strong advantageous position so far. All of the players none of them got the airtime, so all of them got the riskier line. CTHN going a bit too wide, jumps on the poles. Gaming Boy gets a very close round. We have a very interesting match on our hands. So Seb will take the plus 10 points, but as we see, it's gonna be, that's gonna be a very ridiculously close round. And Seb takes the first 10-pointer from the in the round. Idol at the moment in the lead, following by Gaming Boy at the moment fighting for the front. So we literally have Asia's best now in the match. I think that this kind of fight has never been seen in Trackmania history, where all 4 best Asia players are in one match. But yeah, anyway, there's Seb at the moment in the lead, following by Gaming Boy. Gaming Boy gets the no slide. Idol still maintains the 2nd position. Seb is a very convincing 1st place. Idol maintains the 2nd place so far. Gaming Boy is pretty far back. CTHN is with 0.1 second, but it's actually Idol gets the slowdown, allowing CTHN to overtake. Seb gets a very high approach there, and he goes for the save. Actually goes for the risky way either way, and Seb gets another plus 10 points. CTHN gets plus 6. Idol gets plus 4, and can Gaming Boy finish? No, and actually Gaming Boy does not finish. There's that. Seb is put in the top position already, having 11 points lead already over CTHN, who is in 2nd place. So Gaming Boy, even though being one of the potential favorites, Sam with Einol to win this whole event. Seb was actually all of these 4 players are in a very good position to win it by the end. Oh, very risky line there for CTHN. There is a faster way you can get the bounce in there. You can get a faster line, but it's very shaky. We have a still pretty close round that we're witnessing. Seb is in the lead, but Gaming Boy is very close by CTHN as well. Oh, gets a bit of airtime, not the best speed. Seb gets a bit better exits. Very gonna be close fight at the top. Gaming Boy goes a bit too wide. Seb goes in a very convincing lead. Einol gets a bit bumped, but Seb still takes the plus 10 points. We have a very close rounds happening on this map. So Seb takes the plus 10 points again. CTHN gets the plus 6. Einol gets the plus 4, and Gaming Boy in 4th. So these are really solid rounds so far. Birdie, do you have a match at the moment? Bruda, go play. Anyway, we have a Gaming Boy with a very early mistake happening. And we'll put him out of the round as we see a very close rounds happening. So definitely a spicy fight already what we're witnessing. Oh, Einol tries to risk for the inside line. Puts Seb in a very convincing lead already, as we're not having the best of rounds here at the moment. With pretty big gaps. Very opposite of what we just saw, but Seb still in a very convincing lead at the moment. Einol at the moment in 2nd place, followed by Gaming Boy and CTHN at the bottom. Even though Gaming Boy had a pretty massive mistake at the start, a lot of players having a very iffy time. So actually Seb sets a 57.8. It's a very fast time. Let me double check. I believe that is very fast. Let's double check. So world record at the moment is 57.4. So 57.4 is current world record on the previous map, and he did a 0.7. He did a top 3 time basically, yeah. So if we have a small look at the time, so at the moment the world record on the surface, which was is by Fiddy, then Seb, Gaming Boy, Winky Face, CTHN, Namu from India, Simply Nick, Danger Ray, NRC, and Einol at the bottom in 8th place. On this map, let's see how all players do. I'm expecting to see Einol and Gaming Boy taking some extra points here, as they had the best performance out of everyone on campaign-like maps. But yeah, at the moment Seb having a very dominant performance, so the top 2 players put him in on the 4 out of 4 1 rounds, and some rounds were really close, so definitely was notable performance there of him taking the win on some of those. And we have a really close fight for this 2nd place, so top 2 players from this match will go into the winners final. Even though in the pre-schedule it shows the semi-final, it's actually the winners final, so our small mistake. And as well, who will be the top 2 will be facing off against the top 2 best OS players from the other semi. So at the moment, Einol having the best of starts. He touches the grass though. Seb has good speed. Gaming Boy at the moment in the lead has very equal speed to Seb. CTHN having a minor mistake there. Einol at the moment in 3rd place. Seb with an oversteer on the dirt part. Gaming Boy maintains his 1st position at the moment. Seb has a bit more speed. He got the better ice bumps. Has a bit more speed, but he have seen a lot of mistakes happening at the end. And it's gonna be Seb winning the round with a 51.2. Those are actually pretty decent times, to be honest. So 51.2, 51.4, 51.6, and CTHN a bit too far behind. CTHN writes the level is a bit too high. But I would say the level has risen in Asia during the last few months. Definitely nice. As we see, like they're doing pretty, like on this map, like those kind of times you would not even sometimes see in a master ranked when this map is played. So definitely a solid performance so far. Definitely nice improvement happening in Asia scene as well in TN. Anyway, we have Einol and CTHN now fighting for the top 2 positions in this round, as Seb is a bit behind and Gaming Boy is fully out of the round. CTHN at the moment in the lead, followed by Einol. Where is Seb? Seb is quite a bit behind, or even 1 second, so it's a fight between the Japanese and a Malay player. Einol having a bit better bombs, has a bit more speed, overtakes CTHN. But we have seen a lot of bombs happening at the end. It's gonna be Einol actually taking the plus 10 points there, CTHN taking the plus 6. Seb actually not winning a round for the first time. And all getting a plus 4, and Gaming Boy with the early mistake at the bottom. So Gaming Boy, despite being the fastest Indonesian player, is a bit struggling. Having a lack of consistency, but they're seeing what kind of pace they need to do. They're probably risking and having minor mistakes happening as Einol drops out, touches the wall. Gaming Boy also not having the best transition, so it's and Einol is fully out. So it's a fight between Seb and CTHN for those top points. Seb at the moment in a very convincing lead, 0.3 ahead of CTHN, but CTHN is actually catching up slowly. Having a bit better speed there, but getting too much airtime, gets pushed to the outside. I see bombs to the inside. Tried to risk it from the inside, but was not working out. His Gaming Boy is now slowly catching up. Seb gets in a very comfortable plus 10 points, but will Gaming Boy snipe CTHN as CTHN goes into the side. He goes into the spinner as he slides out. Maybe Einol will be able to snipe, and Einol even snipes CTHN at the end. And due to that, Gaming Boy slowly diminishes his gap to the other players. Seb still in a pretty convincing lead, 64 points, following by Einol with 36, CTHN with 30, and Gaming Boy with 28. So pretty close fight with second place. Seb being quite dominant in this match. Oh, Gaming Boy has a good speed. I think he got the upper gear. So now Gaming Boy definitely showing that he can do some very good pace on these rounds, as well as following by Seb, who has really sick consistency and very good pace as well. Definitely would love to see Seb playing some international tournaments with more, but of course all of them happening really late for Asia. It's very hard to do so. Gaming Boy at the moment in the lead. Seb having a bit more speed than Gaming Boy. Maybe he can catch it up. Oh, he slides out. He gets the water wheel slide, and it's actually going to be Gaming Boy winning the round with 51-1, which is a pretty solid time. Followed by Einol 41 with 51-4, Seb with the plus 4, and CTHN at the bottom with the plus 3. And I believe now, due to that, Gaming Boy will now jump into the fight for the top 2 in this match. And actually, some of the mistakes from Seb in this map were costing some points for him, as low. Due to that, the gap between first and second has slowly shrunk. He was more than 30 points ahead, now it's only like 26, but rest of the pack has closed in quite close. So as Einol and Gaming Boy having a pretty solid performance so far. Definitely showing that what the region is capable of doing. I believe this map was Einol was very good on this map. And let's see on the time. So at the moment, Einol has the fastest time from the players in the match. Seb with a time of 43.0. Seb has a 43.3. Gaming Boy has a 43.5. And CTHN has a 44.9, so definitely not the best map for CTHN. But let's see what the rest of the players will be capable of doing here. So, starting the match 3, we have Seb in the lead from Taiwan. For some reason, the real Taiwanese flag is not displayed, but Seb is from Taiwan. Einol from Malaysia at the moment in second place with 42 points. Gaming Boy from Indonesia with 38, having a nice comeback on the Nadio map. Definitely trying to fight against their mistakes here, but that's what we have seen, that Einol is very good on this map, so definitely he might bring some trouble. As we have a relatively close round, Seb at the moment is in the lead, but Gaming Boy and Einol are literally chasing him and having a bit more speed as well. Gaming Boy tries to risk with the inside approach. It's like a very close round, as Einol is a bit at the back, but he has better line that builds up more speed. Seb gets a very shaky bobsled part, allows Gaming Boy and Einol both to consider, gets the Icebug slide. Seb does that with the best speed there. Even though he's in the lead, Gaming Boy has a bit more speed, but I think it will be enough for Seb to maintain, as we have Seb takes the round win with the plus 10 points, Gaming Boy with the plus 6, and Einol with the plus 4. So very close rounds, top 3 players between 0.2. So definitely closer rounds that we're witnessing. Gaming Boy with the plus, like, slowly inching himself way for that top 2 potential position. Only now 2 points gap between him and Einol. Oh, Einol with a very, very good start. Maybe not with the best speed, but at the moment the start was good, as actually Gaming Boy maintains a bit more speed and overtakes Einol for that part. Seb at the moment in 3rd place. Einol sets up with a bit better line. Seb goes for the bit tighter approach. Gonna be a bit hard to maintain a lot of speed with that approach. And due to that, Seb loses a lot of speed, Einol and Gaming Boy. So it's a fight between Malaysia and Indonesia. I think it was Gaming Boy not having the best ice dirt slide. Oh, looks like Seb tries to risk it. It Seb snipes by 3,000 Einol at the end. Very close round, and Gaming Boy with a pretty decent time as well. But yes, Seb sniping Einol at the end, and due to that, Seb is only 12 points away from reaching finalist. But unfortunate round there for Einol, as he was having a pretty good performance in this round. But let's see what he can do here. Gaming Boy is only 4 points behind as well, so he also needs those extra points. As Einol gets 1st or 2nd, that's it's a bit looking more iffy for Gaming Boy. It's like Seb and Einol with different lines, but Einol has a way better bobsled approach. Gets a lot more speed as he gets through it, but Seb with the exit on the right. Seb has a bit more speed, and it's gonna be Seb taking the win with a 43-4, actually not too bad of a time. And as Gaming Boy made a mistake, CTHN gets the 3rd place, and it will be Seb only 2 points away. If you want to check out the bracket, !AOTC, there's the link to the bracket that you can check out, as well as the seeding results. Anyway, Seb basically just needs to finish this round. I know Gaming Boy and CTHN both are around with mid 50 points, so Seb is on at the end game kinda already, where everyone else is only at the mid game. Seb gets a very nice line there. Einol tries to attack with the net side line, not building the best speed, very iffy line there. Gaming Boy has a way better approach there. Seb looking very shaky on the bobsled part, all the time losing quite a bit. Oh, Einol has a very good part. Where are the other players? Seb has a bit more speed. Gaming Boy risk with the inside line. It's gonna be a really sick round, and it's actually gonna be Gaming Boy sniping everyone. Holy damn. Like, everyone from them were between 100. That's a good round and a half. But yeah, it's gonna be Einol taking, and Seb actually gets only 3rd. But it's still enough for him to reach finalist, as he just needed to finish that round to reach the finalist status. But those 2 extra points definitely put him in advantage. As we go on to competition 2021A sold out by Slays. This was the map where Seb was really good on. Like, he had a very good big gap between other players in terms of PB. But he really needs to finish the finalist here, as we're gonna have a very close fight for the 2nd place, as well as both Einol and Gaming Boy are fighting with a very close points gap already. So for them, every single point will matter like crazy. And I believe this might end on 2 maps or 3 maps. But yeah, also CTHN is looking pretty good. I believe CTHN had a bit better times than Gaming Boy and Einol on this one. It's just the previous map was not looking that good for, so maybe CTHN can pull off some fancy snipe here as well. Anyway, we're gonna be starting the match. So Seb is at finalist, so Seb just needs to win a round and he will be secured in the winner's final, where he will be facing up against 2 Australia players from the other semi. So first round on sold out. Einol not having the best of starts. The relatively close round, very outside line approach. Seb has a pretty solid start. Bit shaky lines there from CTHN and Gaming Boy, but they're still gonna fight for second place. Seb is in a pretty comfortable .3 lead at the moment. Even 0.5 now. So Seb slowly increasing the gap to other players. Like I said, Seb had one of the fastest times here. Gaming Boy looks like overtakes CTHN for that second place. He's still at the bottom, and I think this might be GG for Seb, and Seb will be the first player to move on to the winner's bracket final. And now it's a fight between Malaysia, Japan, and Indonesia. Who will be the player who will be representing Asia in the winner's bracket final against the Australians? As we see, we have a tight scoreline between Gaming Boy and Einol at the moment. But as, oh no, CTHN not having the best of starts, so this is gonna be a fight between Gaming Boy and Einol. Looks like Einol looks very sketchy on some of the dirt parts. Oh, Gaming Boy gets a no slide, but very nice save with the neo slide. Due to that, now CTHN is slowly getting a comeback. So he now fights with Einol for that second place. Einol not having the best performance on the tech maps. Gaming Boy definitely gets in a bit of a better lead. At the moment, leading race, Einol trying to charge, but he had to release. And I think this will be Gaming Boy taking the plus 10 points. CTHN clips the side. And that will allow Einol to overtake him at the end. And now the fight between second place is getting spicier as Gaming Boy takes the plus 10. So this is a very high stakes here. On who will be winning in this match. Oh, CTHN with the early mistake puts him out of the round. So it's again a fight between Einol and Gaming Boy. Actually, Einol having a bit better performance this time around. Oh, not having the best transition there. Oh, gets the airtime as well. That will put Gaming Boy in pretty nice advantage, as he can practically save and he should be fine. I mean, save for tech standards. As he's in 1 second already. Where is CTHN? So CTHN at the moment is in the back, between 1.5 seconds behind even Einol. So this looks like gonna be another free plus 10 points for Gaming Boy, unless something mysterious happens at the end. Einol secures the plus 6 and CTHN with the safe finish at the end. So CTHN, even though he has really good pace on this map, he just keeps having mistakes. And due to that, no, Gaming Boy, he needs to win a round, and he can get... He needs to win a round, and he then just needs to finish. And then he can be through, but Einol really needs to step up his game if he wants to get something done. Not the best line so far. CTHN is trying to challenge Gaming Boy there. Trying to yoink those plus 10 wins. Oh, as Gaming Boy crashes. And now both CTHN and Einol, as CTHN crashes as well. Einol tries to play super safe. But Gaming Boy actually with the mistake and starts to risk a bit. He's now starting even to came back. So Einol now even starts to overtake him. As Einol clipped the side again. And I believe this will put Gaming Boy at the plus 10. And due to that, Gaming Boy will just need to finish one more round. And he will be through to the winner's bracket final. So Gaming Boy is already at 97 points, but Einol is pretty close there as well. But we're gonna be switching maps. Einol wasn't looking that good on this map, but maybe he can do some damage here. We check on the PBs on this map. So the fastest time from the players here is Seb is a 44.09, Gaming Boy with a 44.2, Aino with a 44.3, and CTHN with a 44.5. So looks like Gaming Boy does have the fastest time so far, but like the PB doesn't matter. Like the PBs from all of the three players are very close. So it all comes down who will be the more consistent out of the bunch. So we have seen that Aino is pretty consistent, but he a bit lacks the pace. Gaming Boy is a bit more risky and faster, but he crashes sometimes a bit more. And CTHN is kind of a bit of a mix of both. It's like mixed of all the things. CTHN is like a mix of Gaming Boy and Aino. It's like sometimes faster and more safe, sometimes fast and risky. It's like but he still can do a massive comeback as well. So Gaming Boy just literally needs to finish this match, but Aino can definitely deny that first place and get that extra 10 points that can definitely be really, really useful in his situation. Since Aino getting those extra plus 10 points will be really crucial if he wants to reach the winner's bracket final. So at the moment Gaming Boy is in the lead, followed by CTHN. Not having the most optimal line. Gaming Boy have a really good start so far. He definitely tries to risk for that 10 pointer to not allow Idol to get that plus 10. At the moment we have a pretty close fight between CTHN and Idol. Gaming Boy is very comfortably 0.5 ahead at the moment, and I believe this will be the Indonesian player will be entering with a 44.5. That's fast. I think he PB'd even. No, he did not. But it's still fast. Like his PB is 44.2, which is a really, really fast time. But yeah, no. Now he enters finalist. Now Aino really needs to step up his game, and he needs to deny Gaming Boy for the next 3 rounds. So if a Gaming Boy wins this round, he will be secured himself into the winner's bracket final. CTHN touches. Whereas Aino also not having the best of starts as well. Gaming Boy having a pretty solid performance so far in the round. Has a very nice low jump there as well. As he clips! Aino as well clipped. CTHN crashed. But since both of them got the speed penalty, Gaming Boy is like starting to throw. But he probably doesn't know that Aino also had the mistake. And due to that, wait, where did Aino go? No, he respawned. He touched the wall and respawned. And due to that, Gaming Boy will win with a very anticlimactic round. But Gaming Boy will be going through with a 47-2. And we have our second player in the winner's bracket final from the first semifinal. CTHN are not out yet. All of them will be still have a chance to make a comeback through the loser's bracket final. Loser bracket, since that will be happening as well. But yeah, Aino in third place. Aino also will be put in the loser's bracket, unfortunately. But yeah, stuff happens. Let's just say it like that. And all of these players will be placed in the loser's bracket round 4, which will be played tomorrow. No, let me double check actually. I think it might be tomorrow. And yeah. Anyway, we're gonna have a small break while we set up all of the results and everything. But yeah, we'll have a small break and we'll be soon back with the winner's bracket winner's bracket final. Even though will display winner's semifinal, it's gonna be the winner's bracket final. It'll be soon starting. So see you then. Alright, and we are back with the Asia Trackmania Championship. We're going to be watching the winners bracket final. It was mentioned to be as the semi-final, but it's actually going to be the grand final. And we have a small look at the bracket on what we saw before. It was Seb and Gaming Boy winning the semi-final 1 against Anil and CTHN. Semi-final 2, Fiddy and Simply Nick managed to go through. NRC, Winky Face, Gaming, CTHN and Anil will be put in losers bracket round 4 that will be played out tomorrow. On the other hand, we have in loser bracket round 2, Arpo Brandon managed to go through, eliminating Scorpids. Leviathan and VC eliminated Hui and Bad Beef. Namu and Danger Ray eliminated Smitty and Lone Ocelot. And Birdie and Resir eliminated Luf and Renfam. Now they'll be playing Namu, Danger Ray will be playing against Resir and Birdie. Brandon, Arpo, Leviathan, VC will be the other match. And the top 2 players will go on to the bracket round 4, while the bottom 2 will be in. But we're going to be focusing on the winners bracket final between Seb from Taiwan, Gaming Boy from Indonesia, Simply Nick and Fiddy, both from Australia. Fiddy at the moment has been smashing his side of the bracket, same as Seb. So those definitely going to be some interesting matches to look forward to. As we're going to be starting off the winners bracket final, Fiddy, Gaming Boy, Simply Nick and Seb. Seb, not to be confused, he's actually from Taiwan. Since in game they use the weird, I don't know, substitute flag for some reason. Definitely gonna report that on the forums. Anyway, we're gonna be starting off this match. So the top 2 from this match will be moving on to the winners bracket final. On top of that, first place will get extra 10 bonus points starting off the grand final, as well as the second place will get extra +6. At the moment we have Seb and Gaming Boy being in the lead, followed by Fiddy and Simply Nick. So it's an Asia versus OS battle at the moment. Seb at the moment being in the lead, followed by Fiddy, Gaming Boy in the 3rd place, and Simply Nick in the 4th, as both Gaming Boy and Nick make a mistake. Seb is in a very dominant 1st position, as actually Fiddy makes a minor mistake as well, allowing Gaming Boy to overtake him. Fiddy not having the best transitions right there, and Seb will take the 1st place with a 10 points, Gaming Boy with +6, Simply Nick with +4, and Fiddy with +3 in the 1st round. Also a pretty decent time there by Seb as well, 57.6. That is 0.2 from the current world record, which is, I believe it's by Seb himself as well. Let me double check. Oh, it's actually by Fiddy. So Fiddy currently has the fastest time. Simply Nick also has a time that he set in a match by a 0.5. Definitely showing now the pace that he can do in this round, as well as we have Fiddy at the bottom. And Gaming Boy and Seb are trying to battle for those 1st positions. Simply Nick in the lead, following by Seb, who's trying to snipe him. He gets a bit there, time loses a bit of speed. Gaming Boy has a bit more speed than both Simply Nick and Seb. Fiddy is still in a fight for in the pack in the 4th position. Gaming Boy goes for the outside line, gets a bit more speed, but let's see what he will do. Simply Nick at the moment is in the lead. Gaming Boy goes for the capture to maintain the grip, but it's Fiddy a bit tries to risk it and is overtaking him. Simply Nick is at the moment still maintaining the lead. It's gonna be a really nice round anyway, either way. It's gonna be Simply Nick taking the 10-pointer, following by Seb, Gaming Boy in 3rd, and Fiddy in 4th. Pretty solid times, all players doing a low 58 and 57s. Pretty solid performance from all of the players. Definitely. So at the moment we have Seb leading, followed by Simply Nick in second, Gaming Boy in third, and Fiddy in fourth. Simply Nick touching the grass a bit too much, will lose quite a bit of speed, but still maintains a good line throughout the section. Gaming Boy goes in the lead. Seb is now actually a bit behind the players, as the top three is in a pretty close pack right now. Simply Nick goes for the bump riskier line. Gaming Boy gets the nose line and touches the grass quite a bit, so both two Australian players are now in the top two positions. Fiddy at the moment in the lead, followed by Simply Nick, Seb, and Gaming Boy are at the bottom with a pretty big gap as well, but still some minor mistake and definitely toss them out some positions at the top. Fiddy at the moment in a decent lead. Simply Nick gets a bit of airtime, but the gap, Seb is actually closing in slowly, but I think the gap is a bit too big, and Seb goes for the safe finish. Actually, Gaming Boy snipes him due to that, and now Fiddy gets the +10. Simply Nick gets the +6, and now Fiddy definitely spice ups the player field. Actually, now Simply Nick's now in the lead. So Simply Nick had a missed start there. Puts himself in a 0.1 behind the other players. Fiddy at the moment in the lead, following by Seb. Gaming Boy in third place, having a bit of an awkward line through there. Simply Nick tried to release, get a bit more grip throughout the part, definitely gains a bit on Gaming Boy, has a bit more speed, has a riskier line, tries to maintain a bit more speed throughout it. Gaming Boy tries to attack as well. Seb has a bit of an awkward section there, drops his lead down to the bottom pack, as Fiddy now increases the lead over 0.5 over the other players. Simply Nick touches the wall. Now it's an opportunity for Fiddy to catch up, as Gaming Boy has a really good turn. He kept the upper gear at the exit, but Fiddy is still in a pretty nice lead, and I think that's going to be a pretty nice time from Fiddy if he managed to get it, and it's going to be a 0.3. Hello, I think this WR. It is. He beat the previous world record by 0.2. Okay. And that's a very nice time there by Fiddy. So that's a world record in a match. Very nice. So now we're moving on to summer 19. Loser bracket is played at the moment, yes. Also, I heard that Fiddy did a top 50 roll time on this map. So definitely some decent round space, doing a 49. I did watch some Simply Nick's POV stream, and I saw that some of the Australian semi-final, there were like some rounds where you did a 50.9 and got last. So I think we're gonna see some pretty solid pace on this map. As we see at the moment, Simply Nick looking pretty decent in the warm-up. Following by Seb, but let's see what will the players be capable of doing in this match. So after map 1, we have Fiddy in first place with 26 points, Seb in second with 25, Simply Nick with 20, and Gaming Boy with 18. So still pretty close pack of points. Definitely demonstrates that this is a pretty close match. But anyways, first round on summer 19. Spectating Simply Nick at the moment. We're gonna go in the T-Tour scam, see if there's any interesting situations happening. None of the players at the moment touching the ball. All players actually going for the outside line. I believe Gaming Boy and both of them actually got the upper gear and crashed. Since when the player gets the upper gear, like the line becomes super difficult to get. And due to that, both of them put themselves at the bottom. But Gaming Boy still maintains the third position, as we have a very close fight at the top between Seb and Fiddy. Fiddy at the moment, a little bit said, has a better line. He gets the bump from the left, and that's very unfortunate. I think Gaming Boy now has, even with the previous crash, has a chance to catch up over Seb, and Fiddy will be winning the round with the 50.5, which is pretty decent time as well. And it will be okay. Seb will still maintain this +6 there, but Gaming Boy still managed to finish, as Simply Nick does not finish at all. And that will put Simply Nick at the bottom of the pack due to that not finishing that round. No early mistakes. Let's see if any players get the upper gear. Looks like Fiddy got the upper gear. Simply Nick touched the pole. All other players made it through nice and easy. Fiddy at the moment in the lead, followed by 2 Asia players who won the other semi-final. There was the OS and Asia semi-final that was actually grouped accidentally, but it just happened like that. So the 2 best Asia players and 2 best OS players managed to meet up. But we have at the moment Fiddy in the lead, where there's a close fight between for the second place between Gaming Boy and Seb. Seb has a lot of speed there. He's actually gaining on Fiddy there as well. But Fiddy will take the plus 10 pointer again and will solidify his lead even more. As Seb takes the plus 6, Gaming Boy will get the plus 4, and Simply Nick will at least finish this time and get the plus 3 as the extra. Oh, very sketchy line there by Gaming Boy, makes him lose the speed from the side as Fiddy touches as well. So we have 2 early on crashes, so this is a fight between Simply Nick and Seb for the extra 2 points. Seb has a bit more speed entering this part, but let's see what will happen. Seb has way more speed than Simply Nick, overtaking him here. He had to bit oversteer to get the line a bit better. Both players regrip at the same time as well. Simply Nick at the moment in the minor lead, he gets the bump from the side, and that will put Seb in the lead. Now even Fiddy is now challenging Simply Nick and overtaking him. Gaming Boy is a bit struggling at the bottom, and I think this will be Seb taking the first position, taking the plus 10 pointer in the round. Fiddy will overtake Simply Nick due to his mistake, and will Gaming Boy finish even? Yes, he will. But Gaming Boy will get the plus 3. So Fiddy at the moment leading the match, following by Seb from Taiwan. No early on mistakes so far. Oh, Fiddy touches. So current race leader is now out of the race in this round. Now we have following Simply Nick. Now Simply Nick has a bit better speed than Gaming Boy. Where is Seb? Seb is as well. Wait, Simply Nick touched the loop, and that will put Asia versus Asia battle for the 10 pointers in this round. Gaming Boy having a bit earlier regrip will give him a bit more speed for the upcoming section. Seb goes a bit of an aggressive insider line, tries to push it for those extra speed. Both players have very equal speed. It's gonna be a really close round. Oh no, Seb gets this slide, and it will be Gaming Boy taking the plus 10 points. And Seb will take the plus 6, even with the mistake, since both Australians had the mistake beforehand. Will definitely now, due to that, some of the couple of Fiddy's point losses. Now the gap is just decreased just to 3 points between Seb and Fiddy as we go on to the up down. Also, thank you TM Online for the raid. Really appreciate it. Anyway. On the next map we have, let me actually double check the times, what are players doing here. So out of the players in this match, fastest time is by Fiddy, 42.9. Second fastest time from the players in the match is Simply Nick with 43.1. Then is Seb 43.3. And Gaming Boy with the 43.5. So Australians definitely looking as a bit more favorable based off pace. Let's see how will the rounds performance will stack up, as Simply Nick is not having the best round performances, having mistakes here and there. But yeah, after this map we have Fiddy in the lead with 56 points, following by Seb with 53. Only 3 points gap. Then in third place we have Gaming Boy with 39 and Simply Nick with 30. So at the moment, Fiddy looking the strongest one in the tournament so far. But let's see what will happen on this map. The Dirt Ice Hybrid. It's a completely different map style from what we have seen previously in the map pack. Let's see what the players will do here. Very similar start from between all of the players. Simply Nick goes for the inside approach, trying to build up more speed, but Gaming Boy has a lot of speed and Slingshot himself in the front. Simply Nick having a bit wide lines there. Gaming Boy tries to get a bit better bobsled setup as he will get a bit more speed. Simply Nick has an insane bobsled part, gets a lot of speed. Simply Nick has a really good ice bug slide, but a lot of players have a bit more speed, and it will be actually Gaming Boy and Fiddy taking the top 2 positions. As Gaming Boy takes the plus 10 points, and I believe that was very close to his PB. Wait, those are tied times? No, it's just 1.1 difference, sorry. And Seb will take the plus 3. So Gaming Boy slowly making himself to the top 2 positions, as well, and reducing the points gap on top of that. As he's not having the best of starts, but the speed that he gained there was really high. As we saw previously, that he was also at the bottom, was like getting a lot of players here at the distance. As we have Fiddy having a minor mistake there. Gaming Boy being at the 3rd place at the moment. Simply Nick being in the 1st place at the moment, following by Seb and Gaming Boy has a pretty solid bobsled part, but that solidifies Simply Nick's 1st place as he gets a really insane ice there bug slide. And that should be an easy 10-pointer for Simply Nick. Actually, Seb failed the end. And Fiddy allowed to overtake for that extra plus 4. So now Simply Nick getting that extra plus 10 points, but he's still at the bottom of the pack in the total scoreboard. Slowly Fiddy. Actually, Seb is slowly now dropping down, and Gaming Boy is gaming quite a bit. Fiddy not having the best performance, but Seb as well, so the top 2 race leaders definitely not having the same kind of performance as we see on the previous maps. Very close around as Simply Nick whisked over the bump there. Surprised he did not get the speed penalty. So more than Fiddy in the lead, following by Seb. Oh, Simply Nick having a very shaky part there. Oh, Gaming Boy has a lot of speed, but Fiddy has a bit more insider line. Seb gets a bit more speed, but Gaming Boy strengthens it up even more. It'll be Fiddy taking the win in the round, following by Seb in 3rd place and Simply Nick in 4th. Now that extra 10-pointer will be now put Fiddy at 76 points, and due to that he will be over 13 points lead over 2nd place. Seb is still in the 2nd place, but Gaming Boy is still pretty close there. Seb was looking pretty dominant in his match, but here's looking quite shaky, or Gaming Boy is actually stepping up his performance as well. Moment, Seb is actually now in the lead, off having very bad ice exit there, but all players are not having it that optimal. And by having a really ice wide slide there, loses a lot of it, and it's actually going to be Fiddy taking the plus 10 points there. Seb in 2nd. Overall, very solid round. Gaming Boy in 3rd place with 43.7 as well, and Simply Nick even in last place with a 0.7. So still a pretty solid rounds that we're witnessing. Now we're gonna go on to ESAC Competition 2021, a sold out. So this is a map where I think Seb will have a chance to get those extra plus 10 pointers, as he has one of the strongest personal bests with the biggest points gap over all of the other players. But Fiddy is also just very close on finishing the match potentially, as he's only 14 points away from securing his finalist and on entering finalist, sorry. So if Fiddy gets a pretty solid position as well in just a couple of rounds, he can get him up there as well. So if we look at some of the results from the players, so at the moment the fastest time from these players is Seb with a 50.9. Then is actually Gaming Boy with 51.6, so that's already a 0.7 gap between the second and fastest player. Then Fiddy with a 51.6, so very equal time as Gaming Boy, and then Simply Nick with a 51.8. So yeah, definitely a pretty big PB time gap of what the players can do. So Seb is in a definitely a very beneficial position for him to get those extra 10 points and deny Fiddy some rounds. A very close round up top. Seb is in the lead. Simply Nick full on stopping at the point, at the ball. Seb at the moment very convincingly with a 0.1 falling by Fiddy. Definitely not the one thing you want to see. So Seb tries to deny those extra 10 points, and even other players would be nice to if they deny those extra plus 6 points as well. Yeah, at the moment 3rd and 4th place in the round are nothing looking the best. It's a pretty close, well, not that close of a fight, so it's going to be Seb securing the plus 10 points in this round, following by Fiddy with the plus 6. So the top 2 players from the match securing the top 2 as Gaming Boy gets the plus 4 as well. Actually 51.2 is faster than both Fiddy, all of the other 3 players' personal best. That's going to be definitely a hard time to beat for other players. Also, a relatively close pack as Simply Nick touches early on as Gaming Boy as well, so we have a kind of a deja vu situation. As Fiddy as well gets the nose slide, Simply Nick gets the nose slide once again. But even Gaming Boy having the mistake early on, he still is now put into the 2nd position. As Seb tries to, looks like he's trying to play it safe, as he's in a pretty big time gap already over the other players. Definitely not the level we expected to see on tech maps, but maybe in like European scenes. Like tech was very dominantly played, but not so much in Asia scene especially, where it's, I would say, one of the weaker styles here. So Seb definitely being really good at tech definitely helps him out here. And now Fiddy slowly get him even with the bottom 2 positions, allows him to slowly but surely get closer to that finalist status, but he can't really get those plus 6 or plus 10 pointers jumping him up to the finalist right away. So now Fiddy needs to get top 3 placement in the round, and he will be in finalist. So this is definitely a map for Seb to gain extra points, as he is only 7 points behind Fiddy. Simply Nick actually having a pretty decent performance so far in the round. Gaming Boy as well, not playing too bad. Being in a 3rd place, being only 0.5 behind, 0.4 sorry, behind the 1st place. Simply Nick's definitely trying to challenge Seb for the 1st position in the top 10, as Seb tries to get the plus 10, so he gets a 51.3 time. Simply Nick with a 51.5 as well. And I believe due to that, actually no, both players now are now at 99 points. Oh, that's just unlucky. Anyway, we have a Simply Nick making a mistake, as we actually have Seb in the lead as well, trying to at least get that, but Fiddy and Seb basically just needs to finish the round, as they have only need to select just 1 point. So a bit unlucky for them in this situation, as Simply Nick makes another mistake versus Gaming Boy. Gaming Boy is at the bottom. Well, yeah, since Seb and Fiddy will get the top 2 placements, they will deny some of those extra points. Seb had a very nice ratio. He did like 51-2 every single round. But yeah, now we have double finalists. So player who goes through first will We'll go to the grand final with extra bonus 10 points as well. And this will be the map we will be playing. AOTC Baguette will be the map. If we check out on players' personal bests here, the fastest time is by Fiddy, 43.9. Seb has a 44.0. Gaming Boy has a 44.2. And Simply Nick has a 44.444. So Simply Nick again being the slowest player in the match in terms of pace. But Fiddy actually has a faster PB time, but Seb's fastest potential time is pretty close there as well. So let's see what will happen in the match, as we already see a relatively close potential fight happening. So it also actually come down on Gaming Boy or Simply Nick to deny the both Fiddy or Seb for the top 2 positions. And yeah, Fiddy doing a 44.1, which is a pretty fast time in warm-up. Hopefully that one pulled up good old warm-up handy situation, but let's see how it will go. All of the players can do pretty good pace on this map, so it can go anyone's direction. Can Gaming Boy or Simply Nick deny, or can it be who will be the player who will enter grand final with an extra bonus points on top of that? Like Fiddy is in the lead, but all players are in a very, very close pack. Gaming Boy is a bit at the bottom. Simply Nick goes for the inside approach. Actually, all players are going so. Fiddy at the moment in a comfortable lead, falling by Simply Nick. Gaming Boy tries to go for the safe way, but then they won't be able to maintain that much speed. And Simply Nick touches the ball, but doesn't get the speed penalty to my surprise. And oh no, he touches. And where is... Yeah, this might be the first player, so we'll have our first player in the grand final. It's gonna be Fiddy from Australia, who will be entering the first player in the grand final for the Asia and Oceania Trackmania Championship, and he will be rewarded with extra 10 points as well, starting the grand final. So now it's all up to just one more slot from this match is left. Seb at the moment looking the strongest. Gaming Boy can also potentially deny, as Seb was having some minor consistency issues. Let's see what happens. Actually, Simply Nick is now in the lead, so it all ups down to Gaming Boy and Simply Nick to deny Seb and get some extra points as well to give them that extra spot with those extra bonus points on top of that. Gaming Boy at the moment in the league, but Seb I feel like has a bit more speed. Just a tiny bit, but let's see how it will go in the NASCAR section. Gaming Boy is a very comfortable lead at the moment, but let's see how in the very end you can risk it like crazy at the end. Seb has really good speed, but will it be enough for Gaming Boy to maintain? And it will. And Gaming Boy gets the plus 10 points. And now Gaming Boy is only 4 points away from having finalist himself. But he didn't do so. He needs to finish. But not only that, he needs to deny Seb from taking the win, since there's only one slot left in the grand final from this match. So Simply Nick not having the best of starts so far. Gaming Boy in a pretty nice lead as he gets airtime. Definitely not that good as Simply Nick actually now goes into the lead. Can be the player potentially denying Seb in the match. Simply Nick at the moment in the lead. Will Seb be denied as well? Simply Nick gets a very nice low jump there. Like this, we kind of have this deja vu situation, but only there's a different player now at the top. Seb tries to risk it, gets a very nice NASCAR line start. He gets a lot of speed. Will it be enough? No, he crashes. And due to that, Simply Nick will be taking this round and getting a plus 10 for himself. And due to that, Gaming Boy is now entering finalist status himself. So now Seb and Gaming Boy, both 2 Asia players, are now at finalists. So the winner of... either it's all up to Simply Nick to deny, or it's either gonna be Seb or Gaming Boy going through in the grand final with 2 extra bonus points on top of that. With plus 6 extra bonus points coming in as well. Looks like we have a very close round on our hands, as like the cars are switching from each side, as Gaming Boy has a bit better start. Only 0.1 lead so far. Simply Nick bounces, so he's out of the race. So it's Gaming Boy at the moment has a very comfortable 0.3 lead. Now Seb tries to catch it up. Gaming Boy tries to release a bit too much. Seb has really good speed. He tries to risk it. He's way more speed with Gaming Boy. It's too closer, and it's gonna be Gaming Boy actually going through, despite Seb being the entire match in the top 2 positions. And it's gonna be Gaming Boy securing 2nd place and going to the grand final, sending both Simply Nick and Seb into the losers final, being played later on tomorrow. So yeah, congratulations to Fiddy and Gaming Boy going to the grand final. Very good performance for them. Very nice comeback from Gaming Boy, all the time being in like the top in the 3rd position, then sniping Seb. And actually Gaming Boy had a slower time there, so potentially Seb could have been the winner there, but a very good performance from him. And let's check if we have any other results coming in from other matches. So seems like other matches are still going on. So we can maybe have a small peek. There's something going on. So let's check this. So there's 2 losers bracket matches happening between Brandon, Arpo, Leathon, and Rizzy. So we already see that Leathon has secured himself to the losers bracket round 5, as Arpo is in the finalists, and Brandon and Rizzy are at the bottom. So I would say the only active New Zealander player has managed to secure himself into the next round, where he will be facing off against NRC and Idol. Sorry, Leathon. Sorry. Deeply apologize. Leathon has secured a position against Idol and NRC in the loser bracket round 5. Well, actually, Rizzy looks like he was on his way on to snipe, but actually Arpo has a bit better speed. And it's actually going to be Arpo going through, so we'll have a Leathon and Arpo going to losers bracket round 4, sorry. With GG's to him, we just came in just in right time as well. And Rizzy is in 4th place. Would have been an interesting snipe for him, but due to that, both Rizzy and Brandon are eliminated from the championship. Let's check if what's happening on the last server. Maybe there's some match ending as well. 7 players on that server. Looks like everyone's watching. Probably a very interesting match happening between Namur, Dangerway, Resir, and Birdie. Okay, so Birdie wins the match. Okay, good timing. And Namu wins it as well. Dangerway in 3rd place. So we have an India player as well going through, as well as Turkish players. So let's have a look on the bracket due to that, as we have seen some position placements happening. Whoops. Seb and Gaming Boy both are going to the grand final, where Simply Nick and Fiddy are in the losers final. In the loser bracket, we had the match between Brandon, Arpo, Lython, and Rizzy, where Lython and Arpo went through. They'll be facing off against Einel and RC as their opponents. And on the other match, we had Namu, Dangerway, Resir, Birdie, where Birdie won against Namu, Dangerway, and Resir. And in this match, it's going to be Winky Face, CTHN, Birdie, and Namu. So these are going to be pretty interesting matches as well. So these players are in top 12. I think Birdie, Resir had a goal to reach top 16, same with Rizzy. It was pretty nice to see them that they managed to obtain that goal as well. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I deeply apologize. Yes, since Fiddy and Seb, Fiddy and Gaming will be in the loser bracket final. That's gonna be played out tomorrow. And meanwhile, we have a pretty diverse player field anyway. We have literally like one player per country in each of the matches looking like. So we have a player from Malaysia, Australia, Indonesia, and New Zealand. Here we have from Australia, Japan, Turkey, and India. Now I'm also showing a pretty decent performance. Rest of the India players did not have the best performance per se, but still pretty nice to see some new faces playing as well. But yeah, this is how the bracket looks like, !AOTC. You can check it out for yourself. And this is going to be for it for day 1 of AOTC. So thank you all for watching. Hope you enjoyed the matches, and definitely stay tuned tomorrow, as we're going to be finishing off the bracket with day 2. And we'll be finishing off the event on top of that. So as usual, we'll do the raid. Let's raid one of the participants, Simply Nick. It was mentioned that he will stream later on, as well as the Raider Cup that will be starting this evening as well. So yeah, anyway, thank you all for watching, who checked, who followed the events. I think it was a really cool day 1. But yeah, that's gonna be for us today. Thank you all for watching. Definitely check us out on our other socials with Discord, our Twitters, for other upcoming events, and the country championship also coming up in the August, as well the Baltic Trackmania League playoffs that will be happening next week as well. So definitely some extra cup mode playoff-like style matches coming up here on this channel as well. So yeah, that's gonna be for us. Thank you all for watching, and see you later. Bye bye.